Okay, day 40. Day 40. I think I'm like as close as you can be to getting sick without being sick.
What?
I think I'm as close as you can be to getting sick without actually getting sick.
Smart.
It's like right on the fucking edge.
Smart.
It's not happening.
That's gonna come.
It's not happening. I won't let it happen. I will not let it happen. Okay, when are we looking into this Claude thing? What are you working on?
I don't know, man.
It has to be today.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It really does.
It does not.
Why not?
It's not.
It does, though.
Dude, you bought the Max plan.
Okay.
Actually, you didn't buy it. Your mom bought it.
No, I bought it.
No, you did not. She bought it.
What's this?
She bought it. Yeah, there you go.
What's this?
$100 bill.
There you go.
Counterfeit bill.
Counterfeit. Nah.
So, therefore, you're still at zero.
That's
Your mom bought the plan.
That's what happened.
Okay.
According to science, that's what happened.
Yeah, according to science. So you're still not even in the hole for any cursor plans or anything.
That's what happened.
What happened to all your money from sales?
I spent it on balloons.
Yeah, I spent it.
Went
Spent all of it.
into balloons. Okay. What was I doing? Let's do lunch at noon for half an hour and a walk.
Oh,
No, a sprint right after that.
oh.
Yeah. Half an hour. It's hot. Let's do dinner at 6 and a workout right after. One hour. Let's do dinner at 5 instead of 6, and then right after that, let's do a workout. An hour, and let's do a sprint at 7 a.m. That should be an hour.
Oh.
An hour. Move sprint to 10 a.m.
Okay, I'm just rethinking this here. Actually, what I think I want to happen is when the user clicks create routine, they are taken to the create routine page where the
Okay, it's pretty much working now. Just a few minor weird things that went on here. First, after I supplied the dinner duration, it didn't put the workout stub in, so we lost that functionality. And then when I did have the workout stub that I manually added in after, I gave the duration for it as well as placing a sprint block at 7 a.m. And it placed the sprint stub but didn't fill the workout duration. And then the one final thing is in the user messages in the chat box, literally anytime the word that is used or like a generic reference to something, it should always in brackets put what it is that it's generically referencing to. So for example, when it says lunch at 12 p.m. for half an hour and then the next message says a sprint right after that, in brackets it should say lunch. And then it should do that anytime there's a like a message of that nature. It should always make clear what the generic language is referring to. Okay, so if you don't want to do it now, when do you want to do it? What is the plan? All I care is we have an actual concrete plan. Eventually, we need to look into transitioning to Claude. Like a specific Claude plan, and not probably on Cursor, so...
I am not touching anything.
You're not touching anything?
No.
You're gonna just keep working on Cursor?
I'm not touching anything
Auto.
until...
Auto, you're gonna keep using Auto on Cursor forever.
I'm not touching anything until you decide what you're doing with your money.
What do you mean?
Dude, your $100 bill's still there. You did not go deposit
I did. This is the rest of them.
Yeah.
That's the rest of them.
Sure.
What do you... I don't understand.
Dude, you used your mom's credit card to pay for it. You haven't paid anything of your own money.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not. Did I? Oh. Oh. What day did I get it? Do you remember?
What?
What day did I get this? Twelfth. 11th.
Welcome to this video, guys. Let's see how we can add Claude Code to Cursor. Now this is Cursor and this is default agent of Cursor. So to add Claude Code, just click here this button that says extensions, or you can just have the shortcut Control Shift and X and your extensions will open. Here just search for Claude Code and you will see this official extension Claude Code for VS Code from Anthropic. Just click on it and click on install. Now once this is installed, you will see disable and install option. Now you can just close this and open your files again and just open any file that you want. Now if you use VS Code, what happens is, okay, this is VS Code. If you open any file, you just see this Claude Code icon here and you can click on this to use Claude Code. But in Cursor, if I open any file, as you can see, I don't see that option too. So how can we use Claude Code in Cursor? The easiest way is to just search for Claude Code again, right click on it and click on keyboard shortcuts. Right here you see open in a new tab, Control Shift Escape, and if you want to open Claude Code, I've already done the key binding. Open in a new window. This is Control Shift Escape. Now what you can do is just press Control Shift Escape. Okay, not this. So that is bound to open Task Manager. What you can do is again right click on it, click on keyboard options or keyboard shortcuts. Here you can just change the key binding. Here new conversation says Control N. Now this probably is already being used. So what you can do is just press Control Alt Shift N all together and now hit enter. So your Control Shift Alt Control Shift N will open new conversation. Here you can just click on this again, open in a new tab, Alt Shift N, and it says one command already has this key binding. You can just click on the command. Okay, so it's actually a good new conversation is Control Alt Shift N. So let's just try a new conversation and let's see if it works. Search for Claude. There is shortcut Control Shift Alt C for Claude Code open. Okay, you can change this as you want. Control Shift Alt C. Okay, just press Control Alt Shift C, and as you can see, Claude Code is open. Here you can refer to your file and then chat with Claude Code. If you're not logged in, it will ask you to log in, but after logging in, just press Ctrl Alt Shift C, or again, you can change that key binding to whatever you want by right clicking on it, clicking on keyboard shortcuts. Here you will see all the shortcuts that are here, and if you want, you can just click on anything or search for whatever you want. Search for Claude
Okay, I think
open
that is
and
fine. One
set
thing I
your
wanted
own
to
key
try
binding
here
and use that to open Claude Code. If you have
is
any
on
questions, let
a
me know
create
in the
routine
comments below.
page. I see we have the routine title and the add exercise button. And then once I add exercises, the add exercise button exists at the bottom. I want to try just keeping it at the top where it is. So any selected exercises would exist below the button, and that button would always persist at the top of that page. Same thing would happen when opening an existing routine to edit it or something like that.
Let's do lunch at noon for half an hour and a sprint. Actually, no, a walk right after that. It's very easy to put it in Cursor. I just looked. It's an extension. It's right here. Do this. You search Claude Code.
What?
It's literally an extension. You just search it, and that's literally it.
Just plug it in.
That's literally it. Yeah. The next time this thing pisses me off, I'm probably just gonna buy it. Honestly, I don't care about money. Half an hour. Let's do dinner at 6 and a workout right after that. Permanently hours. An hour. An hour. And let's do a sprint at 7 a.m. Change sprint to walk and make it an hour. An hour. An hour. Change sprint to walk. Change walk to sprint.
Okay, right idea, but I think the spacing, and padding and stuff is off. Have a look at where the routine title text box is. Is that attached to the top banner? Is that a part of the top banner in this page, or is this actually a part of the page? Just sort of locks that position on the page. The add exercise button should be in the same layer as that routine title, and the button itself should be moved up. So less of a space between the button and routine title, and then the thin gray separator line should exist below the add exercise button rather than below routine title. And then the padding above and below the add exercise button should be the same.
Okay, it's pretty much working now. The one functionality that we seem to have lost along the way is the ability to rename blocks. Like I'm trying to rename sprint to walk, and then I tried renaming walk to sprint. And it's just not working in the UI. It's picking it up in the agent response, and it's saying it's doing it, but it's not. So I'll paste in the data. But other than that, everything looks good. The one test that I didn't get to do was when there's two of the same name blocks and you try to move them at the same time, because I couldn't get them to have the same name. So let's fix this, and then I'll try that final test. Ah. What?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's pretty much it, but I'm noticing the padding underneath the add exercise button is relatively small. I want you to go to the exercise library page and notice the padding or the size of the padding underneath the search bar. Underneath the search bar and the thin gray separator line there. So that is the padding size I'm looking for here. So apply that same sizing underneath and above the add exercise button.
The Claude Max Blend's cheaper too. Somehow.
What?
The Claude Max Blend is cheaper too.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think that's.
Let's do
much
a
better.
lunch at noon and a walk right after that. Lunch should be 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think that is much better. But I'm noticing something here. I was playing around with the app. When I do start routine and then I minimize it, the little trash icon brings up the cancel pop up. And then when I click cancel, nothing really happens. The workout banner still persists there with the timer going.
So it couldn't figure out this
It's like it takes a while to cancel or something.
utterance, how to handle it. So there's another set of like that versus specifically named
And
things
then
within each utterance.
apply
Basically,
clicking
within an
create
utterance, if it's not applying to the other previously defined rules, how that and specific naming works, like if it's using specific or generic language within as an utterance, that would refer to the last thing said in the utterance. So like if I say, let's do lunch at noon for half an hour, and then a workout right after that for half an hour, and then I say that should be 30 minutes, the final that would be referring to the workout, so it should know the length of the workout is 30 minutes. And then if there's something conflicting with that in the same way where there's two things and it doesn't know what to do, it should not resolve it. And then anytime something specific is named within an utterance, it should know what it's talking about. Like if I say, let's do lunch at noon, and then I say, I want to do a workout right after that, and then I say, and lunch should be 30 minutes, it should be able to draw the 30-minute lunch block and then put the stub for the workout after that. In the example I just tested, I'll paste in the data, you'll see that all it did was place the lunch stub and couldn't do what I just defined. So let's make sure we account for this logic in general when we have like generic or specific language within an utterance, and we're not worried about, open dialogues or reference to the last row. Like basically it should check, okay, is the user's input referring to anything from a previous row? No. Okay, are they referring to anything within this row? Yes or no, based on the logic I just said.
Oh, yeah, VIP popcorn.
Hmm. I want to do lunch at noon and a walk, no, a sprint right after that, and lunch should be 30 minutes. Let's do a workout at 8 a.m. and a jog right after that, and the workout should be an hour.
That's good. It seems like the routine is canceling correctly now. One thing I do notice though, a little finicky, is that say I have the bottom banner in the neutral position. I can actually scroll down on this routine page a bit because I have 3 saved routines. So if I scroll down a bit, start a routine, click start, and then minimize. Because the bottom banner is forced into the minimize position when you start the workout, going back or minimizing the workout back to this routine page is there's a delay. Basically, when I go back, the bottom banner is minimized, which is good, but the contents on the page, so the routines and everything, are still in that sort of scroll down position, and then they kind of jump back down into position because the bottom banner has been pushed into the minimized position. So basically, the way it works when a workout is already running, if I minimize it and I'm on the create routine page here, and the bottom banner is in the default position, and I scroll all the way down, and then I reopen the workout, slide the bottom banner to the minimized position, minimize the workout again, the create routine page is working correctly, where it's just in its normal position as if the bottom banner were minimized. There's no jumping around or anything like that. So it only happens on the initial minimize because the bottom banner is forced down. That seems like that is causing an issue and is not keeping things in line when it's forced into the minimized position. Oh God.
I need Fable. Need back Fable. So good. Let's do lunch at noon and then a walk right after that, and lunch should be 30 minutes. An hour. Let's do dinner at 6 and a workout right after that. An hour. An hour. Let's do a walk at 7 a.m. An hour. Move that up to 8 a.m. Move walk to 2 p.m. Everything is pretty much working now, so the remaining issues is when the agent follows up with the message. I don't know when dinner ends yet, so I can't place a workout right after it. It says how long is dinner in that same message, and then it follows up with another open dialogue message for how long is your dinner, so that's redundant. So after the dash and the I don't know when dinner ends yet, it should be some message along the lines of like finish, like once the dinner block is finished, I'll schedule your workout, something along those lines, and then the follow up in the open dialogue message should be how long is your dinner, and then still we're getting when there's 2 walk blocks and I say move walk to 2 p.m., it's still moving the one from the most recent input capture. Basically, like the way this needs to work is it needs to check, and basically before anything it needs to see if there's more than one of those entries, right? That's like the highest level check I think I can think of. Like it should say, is there a walk entry at all? And then how many of those walk entries are there? And then can I resolve the walk utterance depending on either an open dialogue state or whatever, like cross row, intro row. I think the precedence would be it's like cross row gets priority over inter row. If that can resolve, great. If not, then it checks inter row, and then then it would check how many of those type of blocks there are, and if there's more than one, then it obviously wouldn't be able to resolve in the case where it's specifically named. This is a fucking retarded.
Oh my god.
Oh, oh, God. Jeebus. Jeebus.
Ugh.
Let's do lunch at noon and a workout right after that.
Oh,
And lunch should be 30 minutes. And actually, let's do a run right after that instead. Okay, I gave a slightly more complicated input, and it seems to have figured out on the agent message what to do, but on the UI and obviously then in the data, it didn't handle it properly. The correct outcome should have been a 30-minute lunch block with a run after it, which is what the agent said, but it didn't actually draw that. So what that means to me is basically the LLM is able to figure out what the user is saying, but it's not persisting the data correctly so that the schedule is actually drawing the right thing. Like, it's pretty much always the case that the agent response is correct, meaning the LLM can understand what it is I'm saying, but it's not transferring correctly to the app. Out of the love we generate.
dude, this is like so fun. Dude,
What?
pretty sure society is fucked.
Yeah.
Dude, look at this. This app, the Cal AI app. I just went through it to see how it works and stuff.
Yeah.
Entered some shit. This is what it recommends I eat. 365 grams of carbs,
Uh-huh.
111 grams of sugar.
Uh-huh.
Like that is
A lot.
I clicked maintain. I didn't even click gain weight or anything.
That's bad.
That's so bad. Like just brain dead, and millions of people use
Just
this
do
and
it.
follow this.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Yep.
No wonder everyone's fucking obese.
Well, after 30, you can't get an 8-pack, so.
Holy fuck.
Can't get abs after 30, sorry, buddy. You're done.
Dude, and then it's just like so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go, oh no, my doctor told me I should eat a lot.
Yeah, my
of
doctor.
carbs.
My doctor.
Everyone's so just they're in one way.
Mm-hmm.
You can't convince them otherwise now.
Mm-hmm.
No, red meat's bad.
Mm-hmm. It's bad. Even though humans have been eating it forever. Must be bad.
Eat sugar. More sugar.
More sugar.
More sugar, more carbs.
Hmm.
That's bad.
Mm-hmm.
I should actually track what I actually eat.
We're going to eventually. We're gonna start using
I
this.
should just track it, see.
How many
'Cause I don't even know. I don't even have an idea.
I have no idea either, yeah. I have no idea.
I can tell you I'm not eating anywhere close to 365 grams of carbs.
No.
Or 111 grams of sugar.
You're probably nowhere near 3,000 calories either.
But I'm maintaining weight somehow.
Because it's a scam. It's a literal scam. That's why none of the theory matters. Like, what matters is what did you do in real life? What's the result in real life? And then you adjust based on that. That's it. Data. No fucking, oh yeah, this body weight should have this amount of calories. It's like, no.
Mm-hmm.
It's, what are you eating? Are you gaining or losing weight or staying the same? Okay, now let's adjust.
Oh.
How's your energy? How's this? How's that? Let's change.
Oh.
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 Oh. Oh. Oh.
Just helps a lot.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm in Thailand again. On the beach. Nobody talk to me. So good. Yeah. Alright, James, where's the post?
Okay, not quite. I can see now if I'm on the create routine page and the banner, bottom banner in its neutral position, and I can scroll down a bit. Once I click start routine, I can see the page, the create routine page jumps back to its sort of original position and scroll all the way up. And then the menu or the workout page slides up. So that shouldn't really happen. Just if I click start routine, the workout page should just slide over top of what already exists, or the same positioning, everything, just sliding over top of that. And then minimizing the workout would just reveal the page as it is. Oh. Oh my god.
Let's do lunch at noon and a walk right after that. And lunch should be 30 minutes. And actually, let's do a sprint after that instead.
No, it doesn't seem to be working correctly still.
It didn't draw anything in the schedule at all this time. Let me paste in the data. Also, it's
Fix this.
it's compressing all of the different parts of the user utterance into one message when it should be split up across, like,
Create routine
essentially
page.
lunch at noon for 30 minutes and then a new message saying
To
sprint after that and then in brackets
follow
lunch.
the bottom banner functionality, where it's attached to the top of the bottom banner. It needs to kind of follow that functionality behind the scenes. So when the workout page is open and the banner is collapsed or expanded, that create routine page behind this overlay should, I guess, be moving up and down behind the scenes so you can't actually see it. But when you actually minimize the workout to go to the page, it's just in the correct position in terms of the bottom banner. There's no jumping around once we minimize the workout and things like that.
Let's do a workout at 6 for half an hour and dinner right after that.
Okay, before I click build or anything, I just want you to kind of review how this works. With the create routine overlay, for example, or anything else. So if I have the bottom banner in its neutral position and the create routine page just scroll down slightly, and I click create routine, and then the create routine overlay comes up, and then I minimize the bottom banner. If I click back to go to the create routine page, the create routine page has moved with the bottom banner because it's minimized, which is correct. There's no going back to the page and then seeing the contents jump to their position. It's almost as if that's happening behind the overlay. So by the time I go back to this page, it's already exists there. It's not updating it as I go back to the page.
Burger.
Yeah, burger, beef sprue burger.
Sprue. Need to sprue. And a coffee sprue. Should I sprue? You need a sprue?
What?
You need a sprue?
Sprue, man. Okay, now it's still not really working correctly. If I'm on the create routine page in a scroll position, so contents and scroll behind the top banner, and then I click start routine. If the banner is in the bottom banner is in any other position other than minimized, I'm seeing the contents on that page jump or slide down first, because the bottom banner is forced into the minimized position, so the contents would slide down with it. I'm seeing that happen before the workout overlay is slid up from the bottom, so it's causing the page to jump around. And then also, if I start a workout and then open the banner to its default or expanded position, and then minimize the workout page.
Let's do lunch at noon and a walk right after that. Lunch should be 30 minutes, and actually, let's do a sprint after that instead.
So yeah, it's when I minimize the workout, the page is kind of jumping. And then if I tap the bottom banner, I can see the page jumping again, up and down or down as the workout page is being brought back open. So again, this is not working correctly.
Let's do lunch at noon, and we'll do a walk right after that. Lunch should be 30 minutes, and let's do a sprint after that instead.
Sliding up over the screen. The same exact way the create routine button. So that overlay, the same way that overlay just slides up over the screen. That's what should happen. No jumping or anything like that in this page. But it looks like it's having difficulty with the bottom banner positioning. I'm not sure why, only on this sort of start routine page. Again, I think it has something to do with the fact that we're forcing the bottom banner to the minimized position when we start a routine. That seems to be causing some kind of issues, that this page is being locked in an awkward way or something. So I want you to do another review on this and make sure that it shouldn't jump around anytime the workout page is opened or closed. It should essentially just exist behind this overlay in the correct positioning at all times. So it's you mentioned it earlier, it was frozen before when the workout page was up. This create routine page was frozen rather than unfrozen. So make sure it's unfrozen and just exists in the correct position behind the workout overlay.
The agent responses got it lunch at 12 p.m. I don't know when walk ends yet, so I can't place a sprint right after that. Once walk is finished, I'll schedule a sprint right after that. So it's doing some conflation between after walk and not knowing that after is referring to lunch, which it should be, because the very last thing I said is lunch should be 30 minutes, so after should have been referring to lunch, not walk. And it also didn't get the duration of lunch in this case. Huh. This is fucking hard. Claude, just build it. Put on some like fuck techno.
There's a fuck techno.
Put on like demon techno.
Yeah, demon techno.
I need some fucking retarded shit in my ears to get through this. I can't use Claude because we're worried about $100. So funny. Holy fuck.
Did you feel that?
Run it up. This one's gonna do 10K.
Ladies and gentlemen, captain has turned off.
Let's do lunch at noon and a walk right after that. Lunch should be 30 minutes. And actually, let's do a sprint after that instead. Hey. This fucking stupid thing.
Okay, it is better, but
Still not
else
working now. It's doing
issue
some
I'm
sort of
having
referencing to 12:30,
is
which
when I
is
reopen the workout from the workout banner.
like the correct end time of lunch, but then also
Yeah.
it didn't actually get the duration of
Everything
lunch.
keeps jumping down.
Agent messages. I don't know when 12:30
I'm not
ends
sure
yet, so I
why.
can't place that. Blah 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 blah. It's
Well,
following
I'll
up asking
capture
how long
screenshots
lunch is,
so you can
so
see what I mean. Basically,
completely not
contents.
working in this case.
I've scrolled all the way to the bottom of this page with the bottom header minimized. And then I open the routine. I can very quickly see that the contents of that create routine page are shifted down before the workout page is brought open, and then if I minimize, I could see.
Before you make another change, explain to me how this is actually being handled right now. Like, it really shouldn't be this complicated. Like, it's the LLM's job to reason about, essentially, this entire utterance should be essentially fixed into lunch at 12 p.m. for half an hour and a sprint right after that. Like, the whole server transferring and everything like that, like, that's after the LLM prepares that deliverable essentially for the server, right? So I don't understand why this is doing so poorly. Like, explain to me what's actually going on behind the scenes.
Page from the workout banner.
How's trades with James doing? Is he famous? Almost
What?
famous.
What?
He's almost famous.
Robin? Almost famous?
What?
Holy fuck.
What? Who's that? Oh, Jeremy. You starting to LARP?
My wife and boys got me a chain for Father's Day.
Right.
Holy shit.
Super LARPy. Keep it up, Jeremy. Built your entire life off other men's companies.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
It's funny you didn't though.
Good use of time.
Quite really didn't.
No.
Are we posting today or what?
What?
Are we posting today? What's going on?
James supposed to. He has it ready. I don't know why. Maybe he's waiting for 11. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, it seems like the LLM is failing here. So basically, we need to do a better job of giving instructions in order to accomplish the outcome that we want. And basically, there's like two things going on. Like, first, it needs to interpret what the user is saying, meaning like it should clean up any like nonsense, and it should like put things together that need to be together, like even if it comes at different times in the utterance and all that generic like English understanding. And then it also needs to do the part where it relates it to what already exists inside of the data. So yeah, it seems like it's honestly just not doing the best job of that. So I think you're right. The main thing that we need to make better here is probably the parser, because everything is built on top of that, right? Like if the LLM is not doing a good job, then it's very difficult for the server transfer to go well, because you basically have to come up with deterministic logic for like infinitely many cases of human behavior and account for all of the types of errors the LLM might produce. So like what we want to do, like the idea of this new type of software where LLM can do reasoning inside of the software, is that it actually gets it right. So that deterministic layer essentially doesn't have to exist, because the LLM is able to actually reason about essentially infinitely many different cases without needing to provide like all infinitely many instructions the same way like older types of software used to work when it was entirely deterministic. So yeah, the first thing we need to do is figure out how to make this LLM do a better job. And I don't know, it seems simple to me. Like basically it's, here's the data structure that we want to, target and parse towards. Here's the user input, figure out what they're saying, figure out how to map that input to the data structure, and do it with respect to the hot pack that we've given it. Like the 15 most recent capture rows or whatever. To me, that sounds pretty straightforward, but I guess in practice it's harder. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that we're using an older model, and it's not as intelligent. That could be playing a role in it. So yeah, let's think through how we can go about making this more reliable, because the way I see this going right now is it's basically the LLM is not doing what it needs to do, and then the server's trying to fix it, which is the complete opposite of how modern LLM software is supposed to work. It's the complete opposite. We're supposed to remove deterministic logic and let the LLM reason about data structure, essentially. So we're kind of doing it backwards right now. So yeah, let's start thinking through how we can actually solve this.
I see the issue here. So basically when no workout is active or anything like that, the padding between the bottom of the page, I guess the last routine in the list and the top of the bottom banner, is smaller than when there's an active workout running, or the workout banner is on the page. So it's basically, let's just say, for example, there's a 50 pixel spacing between the top of the bottom banner and then the bottom of the last routine in the list. That persists as I drag the bottom banner up and down. But the moment I start a routine and then minimize it and the workout banner is visible, the spacing between the top of the bottom banner and at the bottom of the last routine button is now like 100 pixels, let's call it as an example. So it's basically doubling. I think this is to try and create more room for the workout banner now, but that should not happen. I'm going to attach another screen recording as well, and you can see what I mean. So what I'm noticing, or what I think is happening, is this extra space that's created once the workout banner is present is essentially being removed when I click to open the workout back up. So it's reverting back to its sort of 50 pixel spacing that we called it. And then when I minimize it again, the page is back in the 50 pixel spacing. But I'm able to scroll it back to the 100 pixel spacing. So it just seems like the scrollable position of this page, or the bottom padding, is being increased when the workout banner is present. So that should not happen. It should be consistent whether this workout banner is here or not. This workout banner is just a overlay or an app Chrome that is meant to just exist over top of the pages which already exists. It's not changing the spacing or anything like that. Why did my Discord close? What?
Mark.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sprue.
Sprue soon.
Sprue it.
Very soon.
Sprue it.
Very soon.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Holy shit. Market's closed it.
Hmm.
Oh,
Rest.
God.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm. Not sure why we're focusing on two things at once.
what?
Not sure why we're trying to do two things at once.
Market's closed. Can't work. You can't work. Can't work. Can't edit. Can't work.
Okay, let's go sprue. This is gonna be a while. Let's go. Okay, ready? Want sprue or what?
What?
Want sprue?
Sprue, man.
I think I just had the breakthrough idea actually.
Yeah.
I just thought how to simplify this shit massively.
Simplify it. Yeah, big sprue. Churro
Oh,
sprue?
I need to write this down before I forget.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's go.
Oh, that is Cheerio sprue.
Cheerio coffee's back.
It's like you just put Cheerios in the filter and
Hmm.
let water drip.
It's literally it's Maxwell coffee then. That's the Cheerio coffee. So good. I actually love Maxwell.
Sounds kind of gay.
Mm.
Good. Good boy, Jimmy.
Oh, dear,
Good
dear.
boy. Good. Done. We did it. We did it. Yeah, I think that fixed it. It seems to be working correctly now, from what I can tell. The next thing I want to try actually is regarding this workout banner. I want to make the workout banner the same sort of color theme as the create routine button or the routine buttons, where it's that darker gray with the lighter gray outline. So have a look at those buttons and apply the same sort of theme to the workout banner. So the workout banner should be a darker gray and then would essentially have a lighter gray
Let's do
outline,
lunch at
as
noon,
well as that sort of shadow
and
effect
then a workout right after that.
behind it or around
Lunch
it,
would be
so
30
you can
minutes.
visibly see that
And
it's a
actually,
front
let's
layer
do
that's over
a
top of
sprint
something.
after that instead.
Okay. Right, sprue pour.
Sure, boy.
Sprooper.
Scooper. Scooper, drooper, spooper, pooper, super. Drooper, pooper, scooper. Okay, we finally got it. Here we go. 30 minutes, and then let's do dinner at 6 and a workout right after that. Not even one. Not even one. Okay, way fucking better. About an hour. Also an hour. Okay, Sprue.
Huh?
Sprue.
Sprue?
Let's do a sprint at 7 a.m.
Yeah, sprue sui.
We're spruing. Finally, it's working. That should be an hour.
Oh.
Move that up an hour. Move sprint to 2 p.m.
Yeah, move sprue.
Hmm.
Wait, one command.
Okay, it's working. Thank fuck. The later one. Thank fuck.
Yeah, thanks. Fuck.
Like, thank fuck. Thank you, fuck. So, can you move that? Okay, it seems to be working pretty well now. The final thing that it didn't do is when, at the very end, it left an open dialogue asking, like, is it the earlier or later sprint block that you want to move? And I said the later one. It said, got it. You meant the later one. I've noted that. But it didn't actually move it. And then when I followed up and said, so can you move that? It didn't know what I was referring to. So it should have just moved it up to 2 p.m. Once I said the later one, it should have moved the 12:30 sprint. Yeah. Other than that, though, I think everything looks good except the very first input put, like, the user message. It's all of the different actions together. Like it says, let's do lunch at noon and then a workout right after that. Lunch should be 30 minutes, and actually let's do a sprint after that instead. It should just be lunch at noon for 30 minutes, and then in another message it should say sprint after that, and then in brackets lunch, and then there should be the follow-up from the agent after that. Sui spree.
Okay, that's fine. Let's leave that for now. We're going to come back to that, the workout banner design, but I'm just noticing the create routine page, the spacing at the bottom, and so between the top of the bottom banner and then the bottom of the, I guess, last routine button is relatively small. I know we just worked on that and made it the same size padding, no matter if the workout banner was there or not. But I want you to go review that spacing or that padding on other pages. So, for example, even the create routine page, when an exercise or multiple exercises are added, and you can scroll down, there's quite a large spacing between the top of the bottom banner and then the bottom of the last exercise or whatever exists last in the list. I want to apply that spacing to this create routine page as well. So there should be a larger spacing between the last routine and then the top of the bottom banner. And then that should be sort of the default spacing, whether or not that workout banner is present or not. So I think all we're doing is really just changing that value. I think it was 68 pixels or something you mentioned earlier. I believe all we're going to do is change that value. Oh my god.
What happened? Where's Haley? Where is Haley? What is this?
Oh my god.
What is that? Okay, let's
Steam
go.
room.
Let's
Run
go.
steam room.
Let's go. Do you have something running?
Wait, are we screwing?
Yeah. Let's go. I'm outside.
Huh?
Deeply outside.
I'm deeply outside.
Going out.
Yeah. Stuff. Yeah, and then all of a sudden they basically banned it. Smart. Because it worked. Yes, because it worked, they banned it. But said, no, you have to take our vaccine instead. Smart.
There was this thing my dad always talked about during COVID. It's like azithromycin.
Yeah, something like that. Azithromycin, hydrox, something.
That's why he invested in NRXB, actually.
Yeah, I know, because they were using it.
Yeah, which now that I know what I know, if that's actually true, that's the last company you want to invest in because they're never going to let that go to market.
Yep.
Ever. It's really hot in here.
No way.
What?
It's fucking like ducks swimming in James pool. Oh yeah, smart. Yeah, Randy, listen, the Fed is eyeing a rate hike.
I ran this, I ran that. What if you and I ran up a bag?
That's the next caption.
Look at all these nerds at Tob. Fuck. Relax, fucking kids.
Oh.
What happened to my fucking jam?
It's paused.
Captain.
Oh no, it stopped.
Captain.
It
Captain. Captain.
It stopped. Gotta rejoin jam. Gotta rejoin jam.
What happened?
Gotta rejoin jam.
I want to do a little bit of a rethink about how the pipeline works during the input capture runtime spec. I don't want to do it in this chat because we've done quite a lot, and probably I should start with fresh context. So can you just give me a prompt to carry over with a brief summary of what it is that we've been working on and what it is that I want to do in the next chat? Just make sure you include any relevant instructions so we can pick up where we left off. Basically, what I want to do is rethink through the nature of the prompt that the LLM is getting and kind of think about how to restructure maybe what its job is. Because the way it works right now is it's very like example heavy and detailed and referencing the data structure, but I'm noticing now that that actually doesn't matter. Like what it needs to more so be able to do is break down a user's input and essentially come up with their intent in some sort of structured way without necessarily needing to know what the exact nature of the data structure is. Like for example, if the user is trying to schedule something, it should be able to, you know, get the label, get the anchor, get the duration or end time. If they're trying to do a template, it should, you know, collect that relevant information. It should still handle things like memory links and all that stuff. Like if there's references to, you know, past input, things like that. So this realization, I think, is gonna probably be able to make our LLM prompt a lot simpler, and we can probably run the input on a lot smarter of a model at the same cost and probably even a lower speed because it should be less API calls and it's a lot less text for it to read through. So yeah, this is the type of restructuring I want to think through, but I want to do it in a new chat. So just give me a prompt to carry over. Why can I not hear this?
You joined?
Steam room. Click, do something.
What happened?
Velek. What are we on? Steam room. Is it good?
Dum, 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 dum. Okay, regarding the workout banner, let's put it back to the old color theme. I think it was the lighter gray in the middle. But then I want to try applying a outline of some kind. So put it back to the original colors and try an outline of maybe a darker color in the color palette.
Lana Show 99. What's up, gang? I'm not buying your fucking template, okay? Ah, vielleicht.
Mhm.
Vielleicht.
Let's try outlining it in the blue color in the color palette. Okay, try making the outline the orange color now.
Ew.
Do you think this should be orange?
What?
Do you think this should be orange?
What?
This is the workout. Can you minimize it? This is here. Probably not.
No. For me, what orange is in all my designs is when something's going wrong, basically. Like anytime it's
Wrong.
looking like if it's looking for more data, basically. Like so if that fits that, then you can do that, yeah.
What?
Like anytime it's like say you put like a schedule in and it didn't have a duration or whatever, the block would be orange, for example. Or like if the agent's following up with a message that
So this line's orange.
Huh?
Bottom banner line's
I'm
orange.
just in general in terms of the UI, like obviously that's orange, but what I'm saying is what the functionality means, blue is good, orange is bad, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, now what if we try making the outline the brightest gray color in the color palette? So not white, but the next brightest gray.
Share our happiness. Close your eyes.
Oh my god. Oh.
What happened?
Hmm. Okay, I think that's pretty good for now. One thing I want to update is in the three dot button menu that you can access when you're creating a routine or even when you start a routine. Basically, I want to just change the text. So if you're accessing this menu from the start routine menu, it should say add session notes rather than just add notes. And then if you are bring up this menu from the create routine page or even the edit routine page, it should say add routine notes. No. I just realized, how does this thing even work? Taking a picture of your food.
Uh-huh.
Say you take a picture of a fucking stir fry.
Yeah. Go guess.
How does it know?
Literally try right now. Put that in a chat GPT. Here, look.
Not this.
Just anything. Like, let's just see what it does.
No,
With a
like
stir fry, when you
fucking-
can't see it, it'll
That's what I'm
know
saying.
this is a stir fry. This is roughly what it looks like. It'll go like this, and it'll just figure it out, man.
Just figure it out, man.
GPT.
Activity. How many calories? You know what you can do though?
Watch.
You know what you do though? If they're constantly eating the same thing, it just pulls that from a fucking template or something. Nope. 4 eggs. Cheese. Another 4.
It's pretty close. There you go. So you literally just take a picture of it and say, figure out what's in here, and it'll do it.
I don't know how accurate.
It doesn't need to be that accurate. Like, it just needs to be within, like, 10%. Like,
I don't know. I think so.
I don't know. That's what it
Listen.
says, man.
Missing 2 eggs. The bread. I don't know if the bread's that many calories. Maybe it's
No,
more.
probably 200. Yeah, probably 300 calories. Yeah, that's right.
It's like and sourdough bread.
Yeah, so it's maybe even more calories, actually. How the fuck? Dude?
Okay, that's good, but I'm noticing if I already have, um, I guess, session notes on an exercise that have been saved. So they've been inputted and then the workout has been saved. And then that routine has started again and then those notes are there. When I click add session notes, nothing happens. The only way to basically update session notes at this point is to tap on the grayed out session notes themselves. Add session notes should still bring up the keyboard and everything the same exact way. You just tap on the session notes to bring up the keyboard and everything. So we need to update that. Go, drop.
Do-do-do. Ba-ba-do.
Technocracy.
Hmm.
What's the
What?
okay? Like the best, I think the best way to do this,
What are we talking about?
like the end of the workout, so they have your energy,
Yeah.
and then was anything good or bad, whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's just you just notes,
Yeah.
but you put like, say, how did today's workout feel? You would say that, and then like, did anything feel good, bad, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. It's just a note section, but you just need to ask them two separate
But
questions.
it's like, well, it would be in here,
Yeah.
and then it's like optional, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. You just want to give them the chance to tell you. That's it.
So is anything mandatory? Should they have to select their energy?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They should have to select energy.
Yeah.
That's it. Everything else is optional. Picture optional, notes optional.
What's picture
They want to fucking upload a picture.
of your physique or whatever?
Yeah. Fucking arm workout.
Oh.
Fucking take pictures, man.
Yeah, that can be optional.
I should probably move this down.
Or, I mean, you can make the picture mandatory because that's really valuable, to be honest.
No, it shouldn't be mandatory.
No. Actually, yeah, fine. That's optional. And then
It should be energy, and then notes, and then
a
photo.
picture.
And then notes should be like, how was today's workout? Was anything good? Bad? Did anything hurt? Or like something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. You should just be like, let me know anything about your workout. Anything that felt good, anything that felt bad. Whatever you want to say. Something like that.
Anything at all.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, my workout was good. Basically dropped 500 pounds on my back, and it snapped my back. Follow me. Okay, that's good. One thing I want to iterate now is on the save workout page. So I want to play around. I want to switch the order of things. So the duration, everything at the top is good, and then the date finished is good. And then here's why I want to change the order. So instead of the photo section being at the top, I want the energy level section to be at the top, followed by the notes section, and then the photo section would be at the bottom. And then also within the notes text box, right now it just says, how did today's workout feel, question mark, and you can basically just like type over it. I want this to basically say something along the lines of like, tell me about your workout. Did anything hurt? Was it like, did anything feel good? Did anything hurt? Any injuries? Something like that, where we're trying to gather information from the user regarding, anything that feels good, anything that felt bad. Additionally, for the notes text box, it's just something I'm noticing right now. When I actually click to type something, that text within the notes box, the how did today's workout feel, is nudging down a couple pixels. I'm not sure why, only when it's tapped on. And then tapping off the keyboard, the text nudges back up. So that should happen. The text should not move, whether the box is tapped on or not. Louder. Louder.
Louder.
that louder.
Hmm.
Oh
Get.
Dude, major problem.
What happened?
Major problem.
Yeah, major laser.
Major problem. There's been no squant bombs done today.
Oh god,
Or bullet bombs.
that's actually pretty bad.
This is bad. Okay, squant bomb.
Too locked in.
Squant bomb.
I can't.
I can't. I can't do it.
Cannot do it.
What? Oh. Squant bomb.
Fine.
Shit.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Oh. Oh, God. It's hot in here. Oh.
Oh, it feels so good.
Yeah. Oh. Please.
Yes, it's hot in here.
Have a fan on. Here,
Where's the fan?
Yeah.
Oh. What?
One atom bomb done.
Yeah, one atom bomb.
100.
Yeah, how many pull-ups is that? Like 2? Yeah.
102.
Good workout.
Yeah. Uh, hmm. Oh, what happened? What actually happened?
I blacked out. Threw up in the bathroom.
Bop, 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 bop.
Okay.
Mm-mm-mm. Mhm.
Oh God, is that right? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Mm.
Okay, that's good. One thing I want to change though is the notes. The notes bar. Instead of it saying, tell me about your workout and like the good and hurt fingers, let's just make it say, tell me about your workout. Did anything feel good / bad ? And then that's it. And then I'm also noticing if I swipe um, on this notes section, it's bringing up the keyboard. So we need to fix that where the only way to bring up the keyboard is if a short tap is done on the notes box, not any kind of swipe or anything like that. So it seems to be bringing up the keyboard if I do a small swipe on the notes box. Next thing is the only thing that's mandatory on this page to be filled out is the energy level. So if the user tries to save without entering an energy level, there should be a pop-up saying please enter or please fill out the energy level or something, please select an energy level, something like that. And then the button will just say okay. Or to close the pop-up and then the user can select their energy level. Another thing I want to try is we already have this pop-up where if you've changed something in your workout, the pop-up comes up saying update workout. We notice you made some changes to your workout. Is it possible below that we can add, what actually changed in the workout? So for example, if the user added a set or something, it would say, one set added, something like that. Or if they added 3 sets, it would say 3 sets added, something along those lines. And then even if they add an exercise, it would say 1 exercise added. Or if they removed an exercise, it would say 1 exercise removed. Something along those lines, where it's just a note on what actually changed in the routine. And then for this pop-up in particular, I want to add the ability where if you tap outside the pop-up, it just closes the pop-up. It doesn't actually route to one of the buttons. So it's not, it doesn't route to keep original routine or update routine, it just closes the pop-up. So in case they click save and want to go back or something, they can. Oh,
Boom, 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 boom. Myth Devi. Let's go.
Yeah, provider error. That's good. You get provider error?
Yeah, Roger.
Cursor not working.
Hmm. Do you think this is the type of change that we should be making, or do you think it's fine how it is and we should keep continuing along with this type of iteration and try to just essentially get it to work going down this path?
Okay. Energy level pop-up is good, but once I enter the energy level, and it may changes to the tune, click save. Um, Number one, I want to make changes, or list the changes, like a bolder, lighter text, like the same sort of text as the title of the pop-up, so we're update workout question mark. I want it to be that text or that color, like a bold white color, but a smaller size than the title. And then next, it should list it in a way. And actually, it's pretty good there how it is now. But I'm noticing I removed an exercise and added an exercise in a routine, and because I removed and added one, I think it's just taking it as nothing changed. No, none were removed, none were added, so it didn't display it in here. It should still display one exercise was removed, one was added. It should keep track of everything and not kind of cancel things out. If I, add a set somewhere and then remove a set elsewhere, different exercise, it should still kind of say I added one set and removed one set or something like that. But if I add a set and remove that same set, then nothing should happen. How? How has it been 4 hours?
What have you done? How many lines of code?
A lot. Why is it? How has it been 4 hours? What? Literally not enough hours.
I need to go to the park.
There's not enough. Yeah, actually.
What?
Actually, I need to go outside again.
So good.
There's not enough hours in the day.
Mm-hmm. True. Once you start actually doing shit, you realize that time fucking flies.
It's not enough time.
Really not enough time.
Time isn't real, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's an illusion.
Time is an
Time is
illusion.
an illusion.
Mm.
And life is the magician.
Mm.
Louder. Harder.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Mm.
just, just getting you through the deep think.
Hmm. It's getting me through.
Oh shit. Ugh.
hell is that?
Fuck. Um. Yeah, I think that is good. I just want to update how it lists the changes. So right now it's just like a simple line of text. It says 2 exercises removed, for example. I think I want to make it like a list format, like a bulletin point or something like that. I think that would look cleaner. So let's try adding like a bulletin point beside each line or something like that. Up, 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 up.
Bah, 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 bah.
Pick up the baseline.
Ah.
Okay, now it's just showing me bulletin points and not even text of what changed. Not sure what happened there, but I just tested it, and it's showing 3 bulletin points and then no text beside it of what actually changed.
Okay, better, but the text is aligned on the left side of the pop-up. It should be aligned in the middle like it was before. And also I'm noticing if I add an exercise, but then add sets to that exercise, no matter how many sets I add, I don't think it counts those as added sets because this is a new exercise. Yeah, actually, let's keep it that way. So it's not going to keep track of sets added or removed from an exercise that's added to the routine with routine. Should only really count for exercises that already exist in the routine. But again, if I add a set for an exercise and then remove that set, nothing should happen. But if I add a set on an existing exercise and then go remove a set from another existing exercise, it should count as one set added and one set removed. Similarly, when adding exercises, if I add an exercise and remove that same exercise, nothing should happen. But if I add that exercise and then remove an existing exercise, it should say one exercise added, one exercise removed.
Up, 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 up. That's gonna work.
Yeah. Squat bomb. Squat bomb. Squat.
Hold on.
Oh, my quads are cramping. Quads are cramping. Oh god,
You're good.
we'll be sick. I'm gonna be sick. Vampire workout.
What happened?
Vampire workout.
Yeah, vampire workout. That's what that is. Okay, so I just did some sketching on my iPad, so I'm going to attach some screenshots, so hopefully you can follow along. Basically, the goal right now is to try to figure out what the best way is for the LLM to do its job to set the server transfer up for success, meaning essentially make the prompt the LLM receives as optimal as possible in order to essentially reduce token cost and increase efficiency while still mapping out a structure that the transfer layer can easily handle, mapping what the LLM has reasoned about into persistent data structure. So following an input from the user, the LLM basically first has to figure out two types of branching, so it's either intelligible or not. For the not intelligible case, that would either fall into silence or unintelligible. And at that point, it would essentially just give back the appropriate response. So for silence, it would be a blank user message, and then the agent would respond with some sort of "I couldn't hear you" message. For the unintelligible case, the user message would be the verbatim voice to text. And then for the agent message, it would be something along the lines of "I don't understand." And then now on the intelligible branch, it's either it maps to no functionality within the app or it maps to app functionality. For the no functionality case, the user response should be what they said verbatim, and then the answer should be from the agent, like something along the lines of "I'm not sure what to do with that." And then now when it isn't actually app functionality targeted user input, basically that splits into two things. It can either be something regarding states of being or states of action, or a combination of those two, where states of action are essentially like things that go on inside of the app, and then states of being are like surrounding context for things that go on inside of the app. And then states of action at this point, and I think forever moving forward, will break down into schedule, templates, toolkits, and other. And basically what we want to do out of all of these possibilities is the LLM needs to pick out the intent functionality within the app. So whether it's a state of being or what type of state of action input is, or like across the input, if there's multiple different like types of intents going on. And then basically per intent, there needs to be a structure output by the LLM so it can be passed on for that intent to the server, essentially, to persist the data in the correct place, whether it be states of being or states of action. So basically the goal is to turn user input into a deliverable structure per intent once the intent functionality is defined across a user input. So essentially what the LLM needs to know is its place in the software, and then its functionality in this inside the software, so like what it should be expecting, and then what to do with the user input, right? So essentially what I was just defining. And then I started defining what needs to go into how it handles like a schedule intent. So once it's figured out that the intent is schedule, or at least a segment of the input has a schedule intent, it basically needs to break it down into a few things. So the first of which is deliverable structure. And really what I realized all we care about capturing from a user input when they're trying to schedule something is the title, the anchor time, the duration, the end time, and then essentially cleaning up the user input into a simple like title, start time, end time kind of thing, or duration, like a nice clean user message essentially for that deliverable structure. And then we need another section is basically figuring out the relation to intra intent. So basically, like, how does this relate to other things within the same input? So that would be things like being links and action links. In order to support that functionality, obviously the LLM will need to understand what the hot pack means and how to relate it to the current input. It's also going to need to know, obviously, like what the structure of states of being and states of action in some sense. The other thing we need to consider is the relation to interintent, so essentially looking across older rows. This would be things like closing or mapping to open dialogues, establishing memory links, that type of stuff. And then, yeah, some other minor considerations are rejection reasons, spawning a new open dialogue for this intent, and then an agent message follow-up based on that intent. The final thing here is just some general rules for how to handle the two types of language the user can use. Either they're being specific in that they're referring to, like a specific title or thing, and then there's more general language. So the rules for specific language is basically there's a preference order for mapping basically, and it should be, if there's specific language, it should check if there's a mapping within the same input, and then it should check if there's a mapping to the most recently asked open dialogues, like if the agent just followed up with an open dialogue, and then it should check other open dialogues, and then it should check the rest of the hot pack basically. And then for the general case, the order of preference is essentially check the closest previous intent in the same input, meaning like if they said like lunch at noon for 30 minutes, and right after that I want to do a walk, that would be referring to the lunch at 30 minutes at noon, because that was the most recent intent in the same input. That would be followed by the most recently asked open dialogue, so if the agent had just asked an open dialogue question, and then finally the most recent hot pack row with a schedule intent, like meaning the very previous row that just got persisted on the input capture layer, if that had a scheduling intent. And then that breaks down into two cases. Either there was a single intent, and then in that case you would map the generic language to that, and then if there are multiple intents in the previous row, it would fail and ask a clarifying question. So I'm not sure if I went over absolutely everything I wrote down in this document here, but I'll attach the screenshots. I'll let you read through it and start thinking through this, and I basically want you to figure out how we can make it work in this way, because I think this would be a lot stronger of a design, where the LLM's responsibility is basically to do more like intent reasoning, but it still understands like in some sense the nature of the output that we're looking for, at least in terms of like being able to establish like being links, action links, open dialogue, memory links, that type of stuff. Yeah, and it needs to be able to understand the hot pack meaning as well, like what the data structure means in plain English, basically. So, yeah, that's where I'm at for now. Let me attach the screenshots and you can take a look at it all. Oh, God. Eggs.
Huh?
Eggs.
Yeah, eggs.
Eggs. Eggs.
Okay, I think that's pretty good. My next order of business here is regarding saved routines. I just want to kind of fix up the organization of this and allow the user to essentially create folders for routines. So my first thought here is to create a little bit more space between the create routine and explore button. So below it, where it says my routines title, I want to maybe create a little bit more space between my routines title and then the create and explore buttons. And what I want to add basically in line with the my routines title, but on the right side of the page should be a blue image of a folder. So like an outline of a folder with a plus button in the middle. So pretty similar to the create routine button image, but instead of a square, it's a folder shape. And then what this button would do is bring up a pop-up of some kind with the keyboard. And then the pop-up would essentially have a title at the top, say called create new folder. It would prompt the user to type in a text box. And then there would be two buttons, save or cancel. The save button essentially shouldn't become available until the user types a character. So if they type a space, it still shouldn't be available. It should have to be like an actual character. And then once it's saved, I just I'm not 100% sure on the design here. I'm thinking there's a square box, or there's a divider now that would exist below my routines. There would be a smaller title that says folders or something, and then a another title below or something that says routines. So just come up with an idea on what you think the best way to kind of lay this out would be, sticking to the current color theme and everything on this page. And then I will do a review. So any existing functionality is not changing at all. We're just essentially adding this create folder functionality for now. Okay, not bad. Um, just some things I want to change. Um, number one, I want to make the folder image slightly taller. It just seems like it's compressed in terms of its vertical height. I think it should be slightly taller. Um, next, the pop-up that comes up. I want uh, cancel to be red color on the left there. It should be red, not blue. And then once a letter or something is typed, the save button should become blue. So it's good that it's gray upon entering or upon the pop-up coming up. And then once that character is typed, it should turn blue, indicating that you can now save it. Also, I want to add a some kind of a box around where the user is actually typing. So just like the search library, the exercise library, for example, where you type in the search bar, and there's an actual kind of rectangle around the search bar, something like that here, indicating that you're typing in some kind of text field here. Um, let's do that for now, and then I'm going to try and review the placement of the folders and whatnot. Oh,
Okay, not quite in terms of the folder image. I'm going to attach a screenshot here of another app and how it's done. And you can see the image to the right of the routines text. Basically the same position ours is. You just look there and reference what I'm talking about. As for the folders, I think I want to make them two on a row. So the same way create routine and explore buttons exist up top, I want to try that where essentially the routine title exists below the folder image. So it's basically two buttons or two folders per row. Let's try that. And then also I want to apply a three-dot menu as well into each of these. So according to the new sort of folder button shape, we're going to put the three-dot button in the top right of the box or the button. The exact same position it is in the routines buttons. So how it exists on the right, kind of top right corner of the box, that's where it would be. And then the button would bring up a menu from the bottom that slides up, same way it does now. And this would have two options. Basically, let's just say edit folder. Don't add functionality to that button for now until I figure out what I want to do. And then delete folder. And then delete folder should just remove the folder and delete it. Oh, sorry, here. I'll attach the picture, the screenshot here. Okay, almost, but not quite. Um, it seems like the plus sign within the folder image is very close to the bottom of the folder. It's not centered within the folder. So try making that so it's centered in terms of its vertical and horizontal heights. Also, the folder buttons, for whatever reason, are different sizes. I have no idea how that happened or what you did. These should all be the exact same size. Just like the create, routine, and explore buttons are the same size. All the folder buttons should be the exact same size. Also, while you do that, one thing I want to add basically is a small little triangle to the right of folders. It should just be a small kind of triangle, not not an equilateral, but the one. It doesn't matter. It could probably be an equilateral, but basically a small triangle to the right of the folder's text, same height, that would act as a kind of expand and collapse function. So if the folders menu is open and you can see all the folders, the triangle would point downward, and then basically you could tap on the folders text or the triangle, and it essentially would collapse the all the folders, and move everything kind of up. So all that would exist then would be the folders text, and then the triangle would be pointing towards the folders text now. And then if you tap on it again, the triangle would point down and it would bring back all the folders.
Oh, okay. Bit better. Forget it. I want to change the arrow thing that we just added beside folders. I'll touch another screenshot of how another app does it. It's basically a filled in triangle to the left of the text rather than the right. And the triangle is essentially the height of the text. So right now our triangle arrow is not the height, it's smaller than the height of the text. So I want to adjust that. I want to apply that to routines title as well. So again, I'll attach a screenshot so you can see there. And then my next order of business here is the three dot menu or button within the folder button is in an awkward spot. It should exist kind of in the corner where the padding or the spacing is equal in terms of, the padding to the right of the button and the right edge of the button, and then the padding from the top of the three dot button to the top of the folder button should be equivalent. So it should exist kind of it should look like it's in the corner. Right now it looks like it's way too close to the top of the actual folder button. So try adjusting that. And then basically from here, how do I do this? I think I want to add, so I want to add another option. When you click on the three dot menu of a routine, so not a folder routine, it pops up. The menu at the bottom says delete routine or edit routine. I want to now add another button or another option on top of edit routine that says add to folder, and then the blue folder image with the plus in it should be that image to the left of it. And then once that is pressed, I think another menu will slide up from the bottom and list all the folders that you can add to. So I think this would be similar to the add to superset function, where if I click add to superset, the menu closes, and then a new menu slides up right away with all of the exercises within that routine. And then I can select, which exercises I want to superset of the currently selected one. So I think that's what should happen. The menu should close, and then a new one should open with all the a list of all the folders. And then I can select which folder I want to put this routine in. And then from here, this is the tricky part. I think clicking on a folder would slide up a
let's just do another menu from the bottom. So clicking on a folder would bring up another menu on the bottom with a list of the routines in that particular folder. There are no images, but we're just going to list the routines in that folder for now. Okay, before I answer, I forgot to attach the screenshot. I'll attach it here. But I see for your question here, when you tap a folder in the add to folder picker, what should happen? Basically, that routine should exist within that folder. So you wouldn't actually see it visually. All you would see basically after that is the routine that was selected to go into the folder would be removed. All the other routines below it, if there are, would slide up to fill in the space. And then that routine would no longer be visible. It would only be visible if you clicked on the actual folder and the menu, well, the menu slid up from the bottom. That's where you would see the new routine. Okay, right idea. But one thing I want to fix before we go a little bit further is the folder image, the blue folder image with the plus sign in the middle. It's still not quite in the right position. I've kind of took a screenshot and zoomed in. I'll attach it here. And we can kind of clearly see that it's closer to the top of the folder image than it is the bottom. It's centered in terms of the horizontal positioning. It's just the vertical positioning we need to play with. So I think the plus sign needs to move down slightly, like maybe 5 pixels. Again, don't take that value literally. just have a look at the screenshot I'm going to send, and you can see clearly that the padding above the plus button and then top of the folder image is a lot less. Probably about half of the size of the padding at the bottom of the plus image and then the bottom of the folder. So have a look and adjust it both in the next to my routines title, so that image, and then also the image when you select three-dot menu in a routine. I can see there that it's the same position in this, and that's just slightly too high. So all places in the app that are using this image should be updated to this new one that we're going to do with it centered.
This is everything wrong with the gym community. This guy's about to go for a squat with 140 kilos and 310 pounds, mind you. Look at where he's placing the bar on his upper back. That's a high. This is everything wrong. The deepest point of refresh, Mariana Trench. Ground far down, 6 miles down. To the highest point of Mount Everest. How high up is it? 5 miles. So, the lowest point on our crust to the highest point, like 11 miles. It's What's the length of the net and how wide is your feet? If you were a cosmic finger, you would not be able to distinctly mountain, valley, ride, west, because the depth of the grooves in your fingerprint will be greater than the texture on the surface of the we're all polluted because we blow in your classroom. Here, the deepest point of its problem area. Never far down, next mile down, to the highest point of whatever, 5 miles. So, the lowest point on Earth, and the highest point is that it's what's the length of the net and how wide is your feet? If you were an optic finger, you would not be able to see mountain, valley, ride, because the depth of the groove in your fingerprint is greater than the texture on the surface. We're all polluted because it's blow in your classroom. Here,
It seemed like the future of basketball. All that traditionalness, it was already making it impossible to destroy. But there was one major problem. It didn't sound like a real basketball.
No, that didn't work. Now the image is too far to the bottom. I see here that you said you moved the plus down about 1.5 view box units, so it centers in the folder body. Instead of 1.5, I think you should have moved it down 1. So try that. So instead of this previous 1.5 move down, try moving it only 1 view box unit down. Okay, still slightly too low. I think if we moved it down like 0.8 ViewBox units instead of 1, I think that might work. That might be the sweet spot. So let's try that. Try moving it 0.8 ViewBox units down instead of 1. Yeah, I think that is the kind of sweet spot there. That's good. Um, so I've been thinking about this. What I want to do is when a folder button is clicked on, so right now I have a folder called chest, for example. What I want to happen is instead of this bottom menu sliding up, I just want an overlay, a new overlay to slide up. So the same way like the create routine button brings up the routine overlay, it slides up. Same exact thing, except this overlay has the title of that folder at the top. And then the back button would also be there on the left, the blue back button. And then it would list the routines that are in this folder. So it would just list all the routines that are in that folder. and the routine blocks should be identical to how they exist on the previous page. So they're the entire width of the screen with the start routine button and the three dot menu in the top right, and that menu should function the same way. Again, this is a separate overlay, just like every other overlay we've added here. No, that's good.
Dude.
Yeah, that's good.
Walmart.
That's good.
Listen to this. It's
Yeah,
so-
listen to this. That's good. Good break.
My mom thinks she gets charged $290 from Walmart.
Good
I'm
break.
like, they don't just charge you.
Good break.
There's probably some sort of problem, and they just were correcting the billing, or
Yeah.
you'll get refunded. So she's like, "No, I gotta call." I was like, "Okay, call." So she's freaking out at them, blah blah blah, whatever. And then halfway through the call, I see all the numbers in her bank and everything. I'm like, "This is a bill that was this amount. They only charged you this. This is the remaining balance for that bill." Blah 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 blah. Call goes on for another 45 minutes. I want reparations.
Wait.
Escalate this to the fucking manager.
Wait, what?
Yes, she had a bill.
Had a
that
bill.
got delivered on separate days, basically. And because that happened,
Part of the bill got delivered.
yes, no, it all got delivered. But only part of it got charged because they got delivered on separate days. So when they figured that out, they sent her a new message saying you got to deliver yesterday or whatever, which isn't true.
Smart.
But basically Walmart made it look like she got a delivery that didn't happen that she got charged for. But
Smart.
I knew that's not what happened. It's fixing a delivery that they didn't process already. So, anyways, long story short is that is exactly what happened, and it took an hour and a half to get to the end of that. No, was it?
$290 Walmart bill.
Dude, she literally orders like that's about half of what the bill actually was. Pure insanity. What did this thing do? Yeah, that's basically the exact idea. So what I want to do is I want to push my current local state to my branch so that we have like this recent version as it works currently, and we don't, override anything while we start to work. And then I want you to make a new branch with today's date, and we'll start making these changes from that point after we've committed and pushed all of what we have in the repository right now to our branch on GitHub. I think it's either June 17th or 18th is the date stamp for it. And then, yeah, let's make a new branch, and then let's start going through drafting these specs. And one thing I'm thinking is I don't think we actually need to separate request A, like the intake gate. It can essentially just be a part of the same prompt. Yeah, I think it can all just be essentially one API call now that we have this restructuring. So, yeah, let's do all of that, and then let's get set up. I guess we can start drafting these new documents. This will live inside the input transfer spec directory, and I do want to match the same structure as what we have right now, like in runtime spec. Like that structure is fine. So basically we want to have like the pipeline walkthrough, the data model, what's actually happening inside of the requests, yeah, those types of things. So I'm not too strict about how we decide to do this, but it does need to live inside input transfer spec, and it does need to essentially document all of the necessary context and functionality so that when we go to build this, we can make it work as intended. Okay, should we go to the park or what? Like, I need to go outside so bad.
What?
Park?
Yeah, park.
That literally just hurt my brain.
Sorry.
Maybe. Also, if I don't make that investment, it's much worse than an hour lost. Trust me. Trust me. Oh, wait, parking? I need like a real Siri right now. Right?
Okay, that's good. One thing I noticed though, is if I click, so I've added an exercise to the folder. If I click the folder, the folder overlay slides up, which is good. But any further action from here, so whether I click start routine or even three dot menu and like edit routine, for example, it's flicking the create routine page before sliding up the actual button that I clicked on. So if I click start exercise, start routine, it flashes the create routine page and then the workout page slides up. So again, this folder overlay should just persist there. Everything can slide. Any action from here, any overlays from here should just slide over top of this. And then once that overlay is closed, it should again reveal this folder overlay. So we had this issue before, and it's something like this overlay just needs to persist behind whatever comes up above it.
$7 grand in average sugar per day. The recommended limit is 25. It's not going to be. It's going to let them take a big up. Maybe yogurt, 1 serving of 15 grams of sugar.
Okay, are we going? Are we going? Are we going?
No, I'm leaving soon.
We're leaving soon.
Yeah.
Oh god. Park. Park.
Park.
Park. Hmm.
Hang on. Hang on.
What?
You sure that charge was not the Cursor Max plan?
Cursor Max.
Might have just been
Well, it did say Walmart.
unknown charge.
It did
Walmart
say
Cursor Max.
Walmart. Cursor. It's the Walmart version because you can't even fucking do Claude on it. Auto only. It's the fucking Walmart version of Cursor Pro Max.
Oh,
Oh.
I think that's a bit better. But one thing I noticed now is regarding the edit routine button. So if I'm just on the create routine page, I select three dot menu for a routine and then click edit routine. When I click back, a pop-up comes up saying discard routine. This pop-up should only come up if I've made any changes. So if I just open the menu and then click back, it should just go back because I haven't made any changes. So there's nothing really to discard. And then you notice how on this overlay, the edit routine overlay, it slides back down when I'm done. So either when I go back or when I save, that's not happening when I access the edit routine page through a folder. So if I open the folder and then click on the routine from there to edit it, the edit routine overlay slides up. But then when I click save or back, it just kind of disappears. It doesn't slide back down. And similarly, this overlay, this should essentially just be the same overlay as the edit routine overlay. So clicking the back button when no changes have been made should just go back. Should only prompt that pop up if any changes have been made.
Oh, oh, oh. Bam, bam. Yeah, I kind of skimmed it. In general, it's looking pretty solid. I think the most efficient way to start seeing if this works is just to try to implement it and then pretty much just test it and see what works and what doesn't work. Um, so what is the quickest way to get to that point? What do we need to do in order to actually get to a point where we can implement this new type of model where the LLM's role is to do more intent mapping and then, having some sort of change in the code base that determines how that intent mapping gets transferred to the persisted data and then drawn in the UI. Yeah, that's the outcome we want. So let's just think of the quickest way to implement that and start testing it. Don't take any shortcuts. You should still be very rigorous in this approach. But yeah, just come up with a plan essentially to get from where we are now to where we need to be so we can actually start testing this new model. Nah. Why would you ever leave? Park.
What?
Park.
Yeah, park.
Park.
No, we're leaving soon.
Why?
I gotta go to Woola's.
No, not today. What day is it? I don't even know. Is it Friday?
Friday.
That makes sense.
Oh.
Oh.
Go, go. Go, go.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go through each of these one by one and do it. Drop it, drop it.
Yeah, I think that's working good now. One thing I want to just reestablish here is the idea that we have a list of overlays, or we have all the overlays, such as the create routine overlay, the edit routine overlay, the exercise library overlay. These are all the same overlays that are basically can basically be accessed through multiple spots. So for example, the edit routine overlay can be accessed from the create routine page. If I select the three-dot menu on a routine and click the edit routine, the edit routine overlay just slides up over the create routine page, which is good. And then similarly, if I click on a folder I have, and then click on a routine within that folder, and then edit, the edit routine overlay just slides up over this page. So the idea is that these overlays exist almost like a pool or a selection of overlays, and then
depending what page you're on, it just grabs that overlay and slides it up over top of the existing page you're on. So that's the idea. There's not, two separate edit routine overlays. One for the create routine page and one for the folder page, right? Just one standard overlay that can be accessed in multiple different places. Oh.
No.
Oh, we need. Oh.
Drop.
Oh, it's really good. Really good. Oh God. Yes, that's exactly how it's built. Good.
What? Just go ahead and deploy whatever you need to for me. The API key should already be in the repo here. I don't think you should need a new one. I can just continue to use the same API key I was always using, no?
Yeah, that is what I was basically talking about. So that is I want to make this a persistent design, like you mentioned here. So whether we add it in the overview or the cursor rule, so future work doesn't accidentally fork overlays. Yeah, let's do that. Oh.
I want you to come up with a full test suite inside of a new directory called input transfer spec test suite. It should essentially mirror the runtime spec test suite. For now, we're just concerned about suite 1, which is for the one-off schedule placements. No fucking chance.
Okay, good. One thing I want to update here is regarding the folders themselves. So the folder button.
Okay, do anything you need to do, any sort of deploys or whatever, before I go test this on device. Go ahead and do anything you need to do now, and then let's pull up, I guess, Suite 1, and we'll go through the examples one by one and test everything.
Text below the actual title of the folder. Small break text that just says how many routines are actually in that folder. So if it says one routine, how would be like 3 routines, however many are actually in that folder. And then we'll obviously update as routines are added.
So this thing, okay. Put a team meeting at 2 p.m. for 45 minutes. Put a walk at 7 for an hour. I have a dentist appointment at 4 p.m. An hour. Okay, everything worked perfectly up until the dentist appointment at 4 p.m. one. So it drew the stub correctly, but in the agent response, it said dentist appointment at 4 p.m. for half an hour, and I think it did that because the default size of this stub is 30 minutes. So it's using that as like the duration when it's not. So basically what should happen here is on the LLM parse side, it should have no entry on the either duration or end time field, and then when that gets transferred to the server, that basically means draw a stub and open a dialog for how long is your dentist appointment, which it did do correctly. It just shouldn't be saying for half an hour. So I'll paste in the data and then let's fix this.
Okay, that's good. Notice on the further page when I put down further. Page. There's a bit of a space or a bar beneath the thin gray separated line before the content of the page is being cut off. So it's happened before in previous pages. Basically, the page's content cut off or scroll behind the top banner right where the thin gray separated line is. So let's apply that change and also make sure that that is added to the viewer, the cursor viewer, and out overlays or whatnot, that the page's contents cut off or scroll behind the banner where the thin gray separator line is. There should be no extra padding below the gray separator line. Oh,
Mhm.
oh.
Okay, let's do a quick pass of the repo before I move on to retesting these examples and moving on to the next one. Let's just get rid of the entirety of the old runtime spec test suite, and any stale code that might be lingering regarding that older functionality. Essentially, let's just get the repo up to date with what it's actually doing now, rather than what maybe still existing in the repo as per what we were doing before. So essentially, do like a repo-wide pass and make sure we're on a current version that doesn't have any stale or contradictory context or code or anything like that. Let's do a workout at 6. Two hours. Let's do a run at 9 a.m. for an hour. That should be 30 minutes.
Oh, oh, okay, not quite. I see the padding below the thin gray line is gone, but now I guess the top of the routine bubble is existing right where the thin gray line is. There should be a bit of padding below that where this exists. So again, the scrollable content goes behind the banner, right where the thin gray line is, but in its neutral sort of default position, the bubble, the routine, button bubble, whatever you want to call it, exists. There's space between the top of it and the thin gray separator line. So if you go look at any other page, you can see how the first sort of thing on the page, the first bubble, the first button, whatever it is, on the top of the page, there's a space above it in between the bubble and the thin gray separator line. So that's good. But now I notice when I open a folder and then go back, the overlay kind of flippers and then slides down, like something weird happens.
I have an
It's not
appointment
just
at 2
sliding
p.m.
down
for
normally,
45 minutes.
normally, like every other it slides up perfectly, it should just slide down once it's closed, not flipper or anything like that.
Let's do a walk at 7 for an hour.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a lot of lines of code written.
I have a workout at 4 p.m. That should be about an hour. Everything is working up until I try to provide a duration using generic language for a previously mapped stub with the current open dialog asking specifically about that duration. Like I have a workout stub and I'm trying to give the duration for it and a follow-up, and it's giving me a voice turn failed error. And then the agent says something hiccuped on my end, so I'll paste the data in and you can take a look. Let's do a run at 9 a.m.
Yeah, that's working much better. I want to make sure that is part of that rule as well, or the overlay rule where basically, the contents of the overlay persist through the slide up and down animation. Once the back button is clicked, we're not dismissing the contents on the overlay before sliding it down. So make sure that it's part of the rule we added.
An hour. Uh,
Grepping?
2 hours.
3
Grepping.
hours.
Let's move appointment to noon. Push that up an hour. Looks good. Let's go to the next example.
Oh, okay.
Go.
That's it. Bring this.
Can't hear that?
Oh, I heard it.
So what did we do today?
A lot.
We built a company?
We did a lot.
Did you scrape?
We got a lot done.
Good.
Okay, I gotta go around here. Keep working. Good
Oh,
boy.
I'm going to keep working.
Keep working. We'll bring it on.
You keep working.
We'll bring it on.
So bring it on, yo.
You have a good weekend off of work.
Yep.
Don't get too much done.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Let me bring my laptop.
Yeah. Add a dentist appointment at 4 p.m. Add a workout at 1 p.m. It'll take an hour. Two hours. Add a walk at 9. Walk is an hour. Let's do a workout at 7 p.m. Let's change that to run. The workout should be 30 minutes. Let's do lunch at noon for 30 minutes. And we'll do a jog right after that. $0. But what I'm making is the future of the fucking world. That's what I'm making. Hold on. My thing's not on. Right here. So basically it's like day-to-day interactions between humans and LLM for like life optimization, basically. It's like an operating system for your life. 20 minutes. It's a very complicated project, but we're working on it day by day. Thank you, thank you. I just did a pretty big refactoring of the way it works, so I'm just testing the changes right now. Let's do a walk at 7 a.m. for an hour, an appointment at 10 a.m. for 30 minutes, a workout at 6 p.m., and I want to do lunch at noon for 30 minutes and a run right after that. My jam. My jam got deleted. Fuck. That should be an hour, and let's push lunch back an hour. And also run should be 30 minutes. What? The Spotify exploded, I guess. Oh, we're back. Let's make appointment an hour and cancel my run. Cancel my run. Make my appointment an hour. Okay, I ran a pretty large, complicated suite of tests here and it performed pretty well. The main thing that it's not doing properly is changing the duration. And also the user message just says an hour when I tried to change the duration, but I explicitly mentioned what it was I was changing. I said change an appointment for an hour, so the user message should say that. I don't know why it's just getting dropped to an hour. The only time it should ever be short, like just an hour, is like if the open dialog says like what's the duration for that, and then they just literally give the duration, then it's okay if it just says an hour. I'm gonna paste in all the data here, take a look, and let's implement the fixes. Yeah, shut off my jam. What an asshole. What the fuck? Motherfucker. I'm trapped in the jam. Good stuff. Spotify's broken. Oh, good. Oops. Okay, this is basically going to be the end of this for today. Oh, my music's back. Hold on, we might not be done after all. Now, all of these say appointment. What? Something. How do I leave this jam? This is so mental. Okay. This is glitchy. How do you do that? How do I do what? Um, I teach to the people around me, but I don't sell a course or anything, no. Why? Also do what? What are you talking about? Why does my music keep shutting off? It's broken. Oh, I leave. There we go. This should fix it. There we go. Let's do lunch at noon for 30 minutes, and then we'll do a walk right after that. Actually, no, we're gonna do a run instead. And actually, you know what? Scratch all that. Let's do lunch at noon for an hour, and we'll do a jog right after that. What are you studying? ML models, what do you mean? Like MLM? Advice on what? That should be an hour, and let's move lunch back an hour. Machine learning, I see. Hold on one sec. Why is this not showing? There. So what type of advice do you want? Let's rename lunch to dinner. Move it to 6 p.m. and make it 2 hours. And then cancel my jog. What type of advice do you want? About what? I mean, I don't know. Are you trying to get a job or are you trying to start a business? If you're trying to get a job, I have no idea what to tell you because I have no interest in getting a job and I am not qualified on telling you how to get a job. I don't know. But if you want to know how to build software and start a business, I can tell you that. But if you just want to go get a job, I have no idea what you need to do. I don't know what these companies care about nowadays. Probably the best thing you can do is build a product. And I would just... Yeah, like, to be honest, none of that shit matters. Like, build a product, put it in your resume, talk about it on your interview, try to stand out. Or, here's my real answer, don't get a job and just build a company. Why would you ever want to work for somebody else when you can just do it yourself? Let's change lunch to dinner. You don't need experience, you just need to start. Just try. Move that to 3 p.m. Give me back the full Suite A tests again. Nobody learns how to build a company other than by starting and figuring it out. Come up with an idea and build the software for that idea. And then sell it. And that's it. Come up with an idea, build the idea, sell the idea, sell the product. That is literally it. You start by starting. Come up with an idea. Then go on any sort of agentic coding platform, Cursor, VS Code with an LLM plan, anything you want, doesn't matter. And then build it. And then once it's built, sell it. That's it. There is no, like, you're looking for an answer that doesn't exist. There is no one answer to that question. It's going to depend what you're building. It's going to depend the nature of the product. Like, just build it. Look, come up with some sort of, like, problem that exists in the world, right? Like, for example, like, what I'm doing right now. Like, people can't do some sort of thing, or like the way that it's done right now is inefficient or something. I identify some sort of problem or gap in the market. Then build a software that solves that problem. Once it solves that problem, that means the product is done. That means it's time to sell it. That's literally it. Put a team meeting at 2 p.m. for 45 minutes. And then where do you sell it? There's lots of different ways to sell things. There's business to business. You can do business to consumer. The way you generate leads is depends on your market, what you want to do. Like, just start. Just build. Step one is build a product. Identify a problem and build a solution. Then find a way to talk to people or show your product to people that have that problem and sell them the solution. That's literally it. Put a walk at 7 for an hour. I have an appointment at 4 p.m. Let's do an appointment at 4 p.m. An hour. Move that up an hour. A product is done when it provides the solution to the problem. And that is up to your judgment to decide if you have solved the problem you set out to solve. And then you deliver it in whatever way you want. You can use the App Store, you can use a web app, you can use a website, you can use something that they download and it's an app on Windows or Mac. There's like a million different ways, and then you gotta market it. You can use social media, you can do cold calls, like there's a lot of different ways to do it. This is all fucky now. I'm definitely noticing like a decrease in performance, but obviously that's because we haven't worked through all of the different edge cases and logic and everything. But I was expecting that this would have more of like a generic fix and I wouldn't have to iterate through the examples so many times. Um, so I'm just wondering if this new architecture we have in place is better than what we had previously, where the server handled more of like the repairing and routing and deterministic thinking, I guess, and then we just handle more deterministic thinking for the different types of edge cases that the LLM produces, essentially. Um, I don't know. Before I spend too much time iterating right now, what do you think is the better approach? And do you think maybe before like going through all these examples, I should take a step back and try to think about this at like a higher systems level and really spend time investing on like the logic, the structure, like the way this new input transfer spec would actually work? Because we kind of did it really quickly. Like I just gave you the general idea and said go, and hoped that it would just kind of work, but it's not really working that well. So yeah, let me know what you think is a better approach compared to the two things we had so far, and then let's try to figure out, depending on which option you choose, the best way to continue going forward. But yeah, as of right now, getting pretty unreliable behavior. It seems like I would have to do a lot of further iterating on each example case to get it to work properly. And then as I tried to merge different functionalities together, probably would lead to even further iteration and testing, and then which would break things retroactively. And it would be like kind of the same thing I already went through. That's just the way it feels like. So yeah, let me know. How do you do? I don't know what that means. You do it. You use these tools. You build the idea. Um, I understand like the logic behind coding, but I don't really know the languages. But I know how to communicate the ideas, and I understand like data structure and stuff like that. So I just use agents to implement my ideas for me. I'm a rare case because I'm just more capable of thinking than most people, but I mean, like, it's the same as doing code by hand manually how it used to be. Like, you come up with different tests that you can think of that, like you give some sort of input into the system, you expect some sort of output, and you test it. And if it works, good. And if it doesn't, then you analyze why it didn't work and you come up with a solution. Like, it's still up to you to decide, like, what the product is supposed to do, and then what happens given different edge cases, and then check whether or not it works. Like, it's kind of the same thing. But yes, I mean, you can see here, right? Like, it's not done, but there's an app. Like, it's doing something. I'm in my 20s. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. Age shouldn't matter. Young, old, middle, doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, I think taking a step back is the right approach. What I want you to do, because I just realized I lost some important data structure in um, the markdown file directory that I told you to get rid of that was inside of overview. So can you just bring that back? The older code doesn't really matter too much. I think it's mostly just the detailings of those markdown files, like for the entirety of the data model and everything. Yeah, so let's bring those directories back. The test suite, all of that stuff. It was, I forget what the directory was called, but if you look up in the context in this chat, you'll know what I'm talking about. It was when I told you to do the pass and get rid of everything pertaining to the old structure, but just bring it back so I can have it all here. Because basically what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna go. I was just trying to move too quickly, to be honest. Like I had spent so much time iterating on this other model, and then I came up with what I knew was a better idea, and I thought maybe if I just implement it quickly, it'll just work, but it didn't. So what I need to do is spend the same type of time defining this new structure as I did the older structure. So I need you to bring that old structure back because I'm going to need some stuff inside those markdown files to do what I need to do here. Yeah, so I did neuroscience and physics in university, nothing to do with computer science at all. And very quickly, I realized I do not want to work for anybody. I want to just start a business. So the best environment right now to do that is software. So that's what I'm doing. Yes, exactly. Like, to be honest, what you learned in school was not a waste of time. Like, it'll help you work with like, like agentic coding. It'll help you diagnose things that are going wrong maybe a little bit quicker, but now the skill set to be a good coder now is very different than what it used to be. You need to have good ideas, you need to be able to communicate them in English, and you need to know how to essentially direct the flow of work so that it does things in like discrete steps in a way that actually results in like a functional end product. This is not correct. Okay, it definitely seems like some stuff is not being restored properly. So what I'm gonna do, actually, let's just delete the June 19th branch on GitHub. That's basically the current thing we're working on. And let's go back and pull the June 17th branch locally, and I'll start working from there, essentially. But yeah, man, the skill in coding is no longer knowing about languages and how to write code. That is not what it's about. I want what's local on my machine in this current directory to be exactly what's in the AQHPE June 17th branch. Like there's still a bunch of leftover random stuff for like input transfer spec and all that stuff. So that should not be here right now. I just want to have my local state match exactly what's on the June 17th branch. Do I have friends? Yes. Yes. But all I do all day is this. That's all I do. Because the alternative is terrible. I don't want to be a slave forever. Make something useful, make a lot of money, do whatever the fuck you want. It's not about motivation, it's about making a good choice. I'm not motivated, I don't want to do this right now. But it's just the better choice, so that's the one I'm gonna make. That's it. Motivation is fleeting. If you operate based on motivation, you're gonna fail. Just decide what the best choice is, and make whatever the best choice is, regardless of whether or not you're motivated about it. Let's do lunch at noon for 30 minutes, and then I want to do a walk. Actually, no, a jog right after that. And then I have a workout at 6 p.m., and I want to do dinner right after that. I just want to make sure I'm on my old thing here. Okay, I need to do some deep thinking about how I'm gonna change the structure to the way that I want it, because this is not it. So the persisted data structure side is good, but the way we get there is bad. Like, this is for sure the outcome we want, I think. So I think what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to end this. I'm going to go eat, and I'm just going to go think. I'm going to sit outside with my iPad until I have an epiphany. Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, man. All you can do is change. Or don't. The way I look at it is like this. You know what the outcome is for operating the way you are right now, and you know what the outcome is for operating differently. So look at those outcomes and decide which one you want. Or which one is the better choice. And then make that decision. And act in a way that leads towards that outcome. There's no magic answer. It comes down to choice. You just have to decide whether or not you're going to do it. Motivation is bullshit. It doesn't matter. Figure out what you want. Figure out the best way to get there. And then make the choice and do it. And then when it gets hard and you want to stop, just remember that the alternative is way worse than just keeping on doing what you're doing. So yeah, that's it. There's no such thing as motivation. Well, there is, but it's not effective in actually using it as a way to get things done. Okay, with that being said, that is going to be the end of day 40. Yeah, good luck, man. If you want to, just follow me on Kick. I do this every day, so if you want to check in, see how it's going, you can pop in, ask a question, whatever, feel free. I'll be here literally every day until you see $1 million underneath where that revenue thing says. Right now it says 0. Until that says 1 million, I'll be here. Alright. Talk to y'all later.